Hi, this is Nick.
I'm curious though, what the emotion.
PWBA.com is the exclusive live stream home of the PWBA Tour, so please do not live stream from your personal device. All right, athletes, your arrows are up. Press the button on your console. You should all have a full set of pins. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a great send-off for round 2 of the PWBA Fountain Valley Open. Good luck, ladies.
right, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to live coverage of PWBA Fountain Valley Open. Fountain Bowl in Fountain Valley, California, SoCal. This week, Emil Williams Jr. here with you. We kick off round 2 with Carrie Smith, Josie Barnes, Aaron Suprinsky, and Karen Marcano on 45 and 46. And on 47 and 48, Jordan Richards, Stephanie Zavala, Tanya Raumemper, and Stephanie Martins. Word of the day, or words of the day, to describe round 1. From having some conversations, was they were hard. Meaning the lane conditions were extremely difficult. Or they were tough. Or I didn't quite expect them. 37-foot pattern, nearly 30 milliliters of oil. And the gutter, which maybe thought was going to be in play, maybe, just maybe. No, not the case. Certainly different than last week, where the gutter was essentially, if you weren't playing the gutter in some way, shape, or fashion, you were not going to obtain the goals you hope to achieve that one. This week, from talking to some players and reps, the gutter or outside portion of the lane, outside 5, for example, seemed to not be the best place to play. Having said that, if you got too far left early, that also puts you in some trouble. So patience was a virtue, it seemed like, earlier in round 1, until at least the lane started to settle down a little bit. Then we did see some scores. And to be fair, we saw a few scores on the fresh very early on, games 1 and 2. But a collection of scores from across the board didn't really happen until maybe games 3, 4, 5, so to speak. As it was described to me, a third transition took place where the oil kind of just set down lane. Of course, that makes for tighter back ends. Heard pair to pair is difficult. Left lanes on many pairs seem to be a touch tighter than the right lane, for example. So all kinds of things in play this week so far. Appreciate everyone joining us in the chat. Got a new maestro for this round. Aaron is already assisting you in the chat. We appreciate Aaron. Where are you? Where is Aaron at today? Here. Your round one leader after 8 games of qualifying was Missy Parkin at plus 217. Missy moved around Gigi Mason, who ended round number 1 at plus 173 in second place. Missy finished the round 278, 279 to take the lead. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, this is going to be a long round, man. That's what they're doing to me already. 8 pins. Aaron. I shouldn't have said that because I'm going to laugh for probably another 10 minutes. Hashtag Team No 8-pin as Marcano takes care of business on the spare. Speaking of Marcano, at minus 75 after 8 games, so some work to do for Karen. 32nd place, tie for, or excuse me, a tie for 31st, I should say, at plus 21. Giselle Post and Carolyn Doran Ballard. Oh. My gosh. Oh, man. Wowzers. This game won. Nine pin for Jordan Richard. Again, Missy Parkin, your leader after round one, followed by Jasmine Mason, GG. And she's often called. Brianna Cote was third at plus 164. McCarthy, Aaron McCarthy, that is, fourth at plus 159. Ashley Galante is fifth at plus 156. Sandra Anderson from Sweden settled into sixth place in round one at plus 155. Dasha Kovalova seventh at plus 142. Yosia Restrepo eighth at plus 130. Sydney Brummett ninth at plus 117. Tanya Raumemper is 10th at plus 113. Birgit Poplar was 11th at plus 106. Megan Straub, the non-member bowling, just wrapped up her career at Nebraska, coached by her legendary father, Bill Straub. Mom Kim is here as well. She's at plus 97. And 12th, Shannon O'Keefe, 13th at plus 88. Jen Higgins is 14th at plus 87. Lauren Pate is 15th, former McKendree product. She just graduated at plus 81. Laura Plazas is 16th at plus 77. Continue on with the standings here. Valerie Bercier was in the top 5 for the majority of the day, but plus 72 is where she ended up after 8 games. Shot 143 to end the block. That will cause for a few spot drop. Juliana Franco at plus 71. Juliana would make our second non-member right now to be in the top 32. Liz Johnson, the Hall of Famer, is 19th at plus 70. Iraha Himeji from Japan is at plus 69 and 20th. Daria Payonk, 21st at plus 66. Clara Guerrero is 22nd at plus 63. Shannon Kuhowski is 23rd at plus 55. Alicia Current, 24th at plus 52. Haley Richard, 25th at plus 45. Josie Barnes is 26th at plus 34. Nachimi Itakura is 27th at plus 33. It was a tie for 28th between Caroline Lagrange and Caitlin Simpson at plus 32. Stephanie Johnson, 30th at plus 25. And you get Giselle Poss and Carolyn Doran Ballard tied for 31st at plus 21. Just outside the number, Kayla Bandy and Diana Zavyalova at plus 20. Virginia Young at plus 17. Stephanie Schwartz at plus 9. Danielle McEwen, your defending champion, is at +4. 37 players out of 82 were plus in round number 1. Jeez Louise. Well, that's 2 8-pins on lane 45. One by Karen Marcano, now one from Aaron Zaprinsky. Again in round 1, game 1, the high game was 260. That was from Sandra Gongora. Valerie Bercier shot 252 in game 1 this morning. We'll see what this evening this round has to offer. Nice run there from Marcano. Unfortunately, back-to-back splits on this right lane. Results in 198 for Karen to start. Yeah, there are a lot of 8s. You know, I don't know. It just depends to me. I don't, and then maybe there's a scientific way, or some actual bowling answer to say that the tendency is to leave, a few more 8-pins, a few more 9-pins when this distance is out or this lane condition is out. No 8-pin, no 9-pin that time for Josie Barnes. And she gets the 4-9 to carry. Jordan Richard, weak 10-pin in the 9th. And for Jordan, she mentioned that trying to find the right ball reaction. That was kind of the summary of round 1 for her. That's a bit of a little frustration right there from Jay Rich. All right, so we got a little dead wood on 46 and 47. If you want to see what the lane pattern looks like, be sure to check out pwba.com/live. All of your informational needs, results, roster, pairing sheets. All right, we got the deadwood out. We've got a score change for Aaron Zaprinski, and Honey Raumemper is out of trouble. Tell you who is not out of trouble. Another good shot there from Kerry Smith after some struggles. Frames 4 and 5 got it together. Now tossed a six-bagger. And we'll go to the bag looking to see what information she can gain on the fill. And that's exactly what we need to gain more of in regards to Earl's journey to 900. Needless to say, the first two episodes of Season 2, we struggled a little bit. But he is back, certainly. Be able to look out for next episode, potentially in July. Stay tuned for more info as we continue on Earl's journey to 900 right here on Bowl TV, where bowling lives here. Guys, unfamiliar with Earl, that's a robot back in the International Training and Research Center. Been trying to get Earl to shoot 900 for about a season and some change. I think 19 total episodes. But there could be some surprises in July, so stay tuned. Good shot there from Jay Rich. She's, again, trying to work some things out here, slowly but surely. Nice job there from Raumemper to finish it out. Yeah, Nancy, I mean, you bring up a really good point, actually. I feel like you just never know with the amount of technology these days that there could be some essential scientific situation. You know, honestly, sometimes it can be the result of a difficult rack of pins. You know, any pin ever so slightly off could result certainly in an undesired leave. So it's something to watch out for since we saw 2 in the first game on the same lane. So we'll see what happens. I know in my experience, and that's back in the day when I actually used to bowl, I knew actually off my hand if I was going to leave an 8-pin or not sometimes. And that's, you know, and that's when you generally have a thorough understanding of, you know, what you're doing, what your hand's doing, etc. And many times I knew if I didn't quite get around it and I got up the back just a bit too much, and I saw it stand up at the 1-3, probably going to leave an 8-pin. Oh. Hi, Tracy. What's up, girl? How you doing? Happy belated birthday, too, by the way. right, back with you here as we begin game 2. Bethany Hudson, Angela Nance, Brianna Cote, and Lindsay Boomershot on 45 and 46. Summer Jasmine, Laura Plazas, Jacqueline Evans, and Carolyn Dorn Ballard on 47 and 48. I feel you, Kenneth, on that. And I do think you are certainly correct in that overall response. The only thing I would differ with what you said would be, I won't say it's easier to leave a corner pin, but if you told me you left 18 9-pins, then I'd be like, there had to be something wrong with the bowling rack. There had to be something was off with the pins. Had to be. But since you left 18 7-pins, we're just gonna get you a new arsenal, Kenny. There's got to be one ball that can get that 10 out for you, or excuse me, to get the 7 out. That's almost a league set that I would enjoy having. Depends on the day, probably. The real question, Kenny, is did you make all 18 of them? And if you did, you, my friend, are amazing. Clearly, Chris Pulliam is trying to make me relive poor memories. I do like the way you phrased that question, Chris. Were you happy with the results? Was his 1A question or 1B? The simple answer, Chris, is no, I was not. Aaron Smith's got jokes. Clearly, we've got a different maestro here this evening. Tell you what, 17 out of 18, Kenny, is pretty. That's pretty solid stuff, man. Those are the type of numbers I used to have. Keyword, they're being used. Back in my day, I was a really good spare shooter, and that's not a BS statement, if you will. I was excellent at spare shooting. That's why Chris is my guy. He knows. He knows what to do and what to say at the right times. But in all honesty, I expected what I expected. And actually, that's not true. I expected the results to not be very good. I knew that going in, as I had attested to on some of our live streams, of course, leading up to the Open Championships and my bowling exploits these days. And, you know, had a piece of equipment with me for about 3 weeks, maybe even, no, 4 weeks. And I finally was able to use that said bowling ball the day of the TV show, or the morning of the TV show at the Queens, just to bowl 3 games. And one of those, hey, let's see if I remember how to do this kind of thing. And that was it. 3 games in about, I don't know, 2.5 months. So I knew what was going to happen. But honestly, I'm not quite sure I expected it to be as bad as I was. I think even deep down, you say to yourself, okay, you still know what to do. Your body certainly is doing some different things that it normally doesn't do. And at the same time, but your mind certainly knows what you should be doing. Your body is not allowing your mind to handle business. That results in bad. Hashtag bad. Hashtag bad. But Aaron's keeping me honest. I'm on record this year of having goals and not resolutions. So I've got 3 more tournaments to fulfill my goals for 2019. That was to bowl 4 events, 4 tournaments. So I've got 3 more to go. I won't talk too long about myself, so I hate doing that. But I do feel like it's important for me to share some of my bowling exploits or lack thereof, because deep down, at the bare minimum, right, at the base level of what we're trying to do here, whether it's me talking to you guys or you watching these great players and having to listen to me, unfortunately, we all, I'm sure for the most part, enjoy bowling. And for the most of us, bowl, currently bowl, used to bowl, etc. So I'd like to be as authentic sometimes as possible. So still trying to bowl, or I should say I'd still like to bowl. And I've got 3 more tournaments in 2019. Where I'm going to go, I don't know. There is one person that actually could attest that I was decent at bowling at one point. Tracy has seen me bowl at a pretty high level some years back. Tabitha, I would say I would be a very brandless bowler. If that makes sense. I'm not attached to one, and really never have been. One, obviously, they all are fantastic. It's a good segue into thanking our gold partners on the PWBA Tour. 900 Global, Brunswick, Columbia 300, DV8, Hammer, Motive, Rotogrip, and Storm. They're all fantastic. But Tabitha, yeah, I didn't really, and I've had success over the years with various companies, so. And at the time, my collegiate program was not sponsored by a particular brand. That didn't start actually until the year I stopped bowling, of course. That's how those things generally work out. And so, thanks to the United States Bowling Congress, of course, who I work for, we do have the opportunity to get a bowling ball every now and then. And so I'm at this stage in life, whatever I have is totally okay with me. But I will say this, and Aaron can attest. I do enjoy bowling balls. I'm for someone who doesn't bowl. If you looked in the living room and in the garage at my house, there is an abundance of equipment. I keep thinking in my head, oh, we'll get there. They'll be there when you get ready to bowl. Chris, is it a shame that I don't remember what that question was? Now, if you were to tell my wife that same story, she would be, of course he didn't remember. I do appreciate sharing these things with you. As you all know, I try to treat this like a show, and also kind of obviously a real broadcast. And so bowling we have some long days, obviously, and I kind of liken it to baseball in a sense, to where you got to tell a story or two every now and then to get yourself A, through the round, B, to continue to entertain the viewers so they'll keep listening to you. Oh, absolutely, Mark. I've given some away, no doubt. All right, let's take a look and see if we've got some few scores. And we do. Missy Parkin shot 179 to begin this round. She drops to plus 196, but she is still in the lead. However, moving into second place, Sandra Anderson of Sweden at plus 181. Dasha Kovalova third at plus 167. Gigi Mason fourth at plus 164. Brianna Cote is fifth at plus 155. Tanya Raumemper is sixth at plus 149. Ashley Galante is seventh. Look out. Look out for Ash. I talked about her earlier. And again, for Galante, it's simply about the next level for Ashley. The next step in the process. I know we use that word a lot. And Brent was listening. He would enjoy that because he's a 76ers fan, and Joel Embiid and the process, et cetera, et cetera. But that sounds so cliche. Trust the process. But that is what it is. It is indeed just that. So Ashley Galante, we'll keep tabs on Ashley for the rest of this round at plus 147. Rocio Restrepo, good to see Ro back in business after taking a few events off to get herself feeling better, healthy, and stronger as well. And she is in 8th place at plus 133, doing what Ro does best, and that is strike and bowl well. Sydney Brummett, Sid the Kid, is 9th at plus 132. Aaron McCarthy is 10th at plus 115. Shannon O'Keefe, 11th at plus 112. How about that? 11th plus 112. Get it? No? Okay. Megan Straub, 12th at plus 107. Birgit Poplar is 13th at plus 103. Valerie Bercier, 14th at plus 93. Yuraha Himiji at plus 84. And Stephanie Johnson rounds out the top 16 so far at plus 71. That is half the field. 32nd right now. Actually, there's a tie for 31st. At plus 21. Plus 21 has been the number for a few games. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. It's going to move up a little bit, certainly, but I don't know. The fresh is tough. Trying to look at high games in round number 1. Let's see. Saw a 250 game. 246 from Stephanie Johnson. 256 from Julia Bond, as someone mentioned in the chat a little bit earlier. 245 from Stephanie Schwartz. And those look to be the 3 highest games we've seen. I do appreciate that, Chris, and like I said, sometimes I enjoy talking about it, talking about what the background is, how I started, and most of the time I do enjoy it because it's important. You never know who's listening, who's watching, and who might benefit from what you're saying. Everyone's got a story, especially a bowling story. That is a ridiculous break, or non-break. That's awful. Lane 45, there's something wrong with it. We've seen 2 8-pins, and now Bethany Hudson looks like she was going to carry a 4-pin. And it did the wobble, wobble, shake it, but it didn't fall. Lindsay Boomershine looks like, I won't say taking the lane out of play completely, but looks like she's throwing maybe a little urethane and going as straight as she can, maybe right around 11-12. Becca, yep, the kinesiology tape. It's a it's pretty standard actually. I think across professional bowling and bowling in general at this point. You will find many athletes who will rock the tape, whether it's knees, wrists, forearms, backs. Many brands now offer their own. I will say this though, if you're ever actually bowling let's just use obviously PWBA for example, and this goes for anything. If you're going to bowl an event, be sure to read the rules in regards to product registration. That way you don't buy a product that you cannot use in professional competition. Or throw a bowling ball that, for example, is not registered or brand. Jackie Evans has found something so far in round number 2. She struggled in round number 1 at -62. She's gone 224 and now has 6 out of 7 over on 47 and 48. By the way, Alicia Curran left an 8-pin on lane 43, so I'll have to ease up on lane 45 and stop picking on her. Yeah, for the most part, Mark, to my knowledge, although other brands that may or may not be apparel companies, such as a Turbo or Storm, for example, each has their own tape. My man Aaron Smith. I think the first kinesiology tape we've seen or ever out there was probably like KT tape. But as our example, that would not be approved. It wouldn't be an approved product to use on the PWBA tour. Yeah, Lindsay trying to go pretty straight. I'm imagining based on how things may have went for Lynn's earlier today. And it did not start well here in round number 2. This is a situation where it could be just trying to get back to basics. Give yourself the best chance to hit the 1-3 consistently and maybe see what happens. Give yourself a couple makeable spares, maybe catch a double, maybe get a little confidence, and I know it all sounds easy. Bowling is sometimes, what's the best way to describe it? Our sport sometimes. It's like Mr. Garvey used to say, a substitute teacher, Key and Peele. Hurtful but truthful. That's bowling. Bowling can hurt us sometimes, but it's truthful in a sense because sometimes we don't get the breaks. Sometimes we get breaks that we shouldn't get. And it all evens out. Well, let's watch Boomer shine here. That was a really good shot. And I would have to think, you can see the ball as it got down to the end of the pattern. It wanted to make a move left. It wanted to get up the hill, and it just didn't. And it was beginning the trajectory to get to the 1-3, and you kind of saw Lynn's expected to do that, and it just did not. So it may be a situation where if she can find something that would give her at least the same area to play, and maybe make the adjustment there, whether it's a 3-2. If you're thinking it's urethane, so the adjustments it could be more than a 3-2, especially on this pattern. Nice spare. That was an excellent shot, though, in the 8th frame. Humbling is also a very excellent descriptive word for bowling, for our sport. Certainly, Tony, humbling. It can be quite joyful. Nice shot there from Cote. Got to give Bree a lot of credit last week. And many of our athletes are often asked to be a part of interviews, or we receive tons of media requests for athletes over the course of a season. Sometimes one event can outweigh another event in regards to who might be or who would be requested, I should say, to talk to the local media, for example. And Brianna Cote, boy, yeah, I think she talked to probably 6 or 7 outlets last week in Tucson. She, of course, is from Tucson originally, lives about 25 minutes away now in Red Rock. But she was excellent, as is all of our players. Well, we asked them to participate, and the media would like to talk with them. Shannon O'Keefe actually was on earlier this week on the Herb FM Sports Radio show to talk about the Tucson Open, of course, which she won. So I want to thank Bree, and she handled everything well. I know it's difficult to be the hometown star or athlete, if you will. But she made her hometown proud certainly last week. D-Mac, by the way, let's see. Kewen trying to get to 205 in game number 2. All right. Okay, boom. Summer's struggling a little bit, and she has been a little bit this season. Angela Nance talking about good youth program. Angela runs a Vestavia Bowl in Birmingham, Alabama. And for two years, I was able to go and have or help live stream a USA Bowling event that was held there. It was generally the final USA Bowling event on the regional schedule. But always appreciated her hospitality. I was actually unable to attend this year's USA Bowling event at Vestavia, and I was a little disappointed. It become a part of my schedule for a little bit. McEwen, begging pardon, shot 215. I mentioned she could have shot 205. My bad. Nice spare for the Hall of Famer. In the 10th frame, no less. Double 9 spare strike. 8 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare. Then takes care of a 4-5. That's a double. Lindsay right now in a situation where all bowlers, I believe, have been at some point, and that is, you know, she struggled game 1 early today, or round 1, I should say. Or sorry, round 2. First game. This is game 2. It did not start well here this evening. And then you can tell, you know, trying to figure some things out. Sometimes you can even tell based on the equipment that's being used. Where Lindsay was really trying to keep that angle straight and get to the 1-3. Throwing some good shots. Ball not quite reading the back end like she needs. Continues to make moves. Somehow finds a double, as we mentioned. Just kind of keep at it until you can get that swing a little loose. Oh, perfect. She moved in ever so slightly. She was around 12, 13, and you can see her in the bottom of the screen there. And I think what that's just kind of that motion of, all right, this is what I'm trying to feel here. And there is lane 45. There it is right there, folks. Another 8-pin on 45. That's 3 in 2 games. If you hear me moaning and groaning on the Stepladder Final show tomorrow night, you're going to know why. Rebecca, that's a good question and one that I can shed some light on just based on my experience. $195 for Lindsey Boomershine. Brianna Cote has thrown the last 3 about as well as you can throw a bowling ball. And the results show it. Summer Jasmine to finish it out. Nicely done there for Summer. 167, however. Angela Nance. Cote going to give herself the opportunity to get into the 220s here with a good count. Looks like Bree gave a different bowling ball a run. And she'll get to 220. And 220 is a really good score right now. It's a good score nonetheless, but it's a really good score at this moment, considering what we have seen so far. All right, game 2 officially in the books here. Rebecca, I haven't forgotten about your question too, by the way. We'll get to that in just 1 second. I'm going to get to that question in 1 second, Rebecca, as soon as we get some inside information from a trusted source. First shot for Maria Jose Rodriguez. And no love on the 7-pin as we welcome in Nathan Bohr, all rep for Motive. Nathan, how are you?
Emil, thanks for having me. I'm good. Thanks.
We have been chatting about this lane pattern.
Right.
37 feet. Looks pretty tough.
Yes.
And that's been certainly the echo for many in round 1. So what have you seen and what's maybe been the difference, or what did you see in round 1 and what are we seeing now in round 2?
The difference in round 1 and round 2, similar to most weeks, is that a lot more people started further left. There were a lot more higher scores this morning, bowled in the track or left of the track. So a lot of people just skipped over the first zone to the right and just started in the track or left of the track. Normally that has a tendency to flatten out the pattern a little bit. You would think the scoring pace would be a little lower, but it actually doesn't seem that way. There are low games, yes, but there are still 5 and 6 baggers. Maria hasn't found any of those, but there are 5 and 6 baggers out there.
What has the pattern presented? Like when you first saw the pattern, you saw the you went through the practice session.
Right.
What are some of the characteristics that make it difficult this week?
Well, it's 37 feet, first of all, which means you're not going to get very much left, right? And it's 37 feet, but there's a lot of 2-2s, and it's only 1.8 to 1 overall, and there's no real defined area where it's stacked on top of each other. So it's really pretty flat. It's not a pattern where you've got really room anywhere. You've just kind of got to make good shots and have your ball do the same thing more than 2 or 3 times in a row. And you see the ones in the 30 to 50 range, they're having trouble doing that. The ones up top, they're able to get their ball to do the same thing either in the front or the mid lane or down lane more often and more consistently pair to pair, which is always an issue in this building.
How do you keep track of all these centers that we go to? And obviously, I'm sure it's part of it is your own experience as a player,
right.
And then obviously your experience as a ball rep. But how do you keep track of, understanding the center characteristics week in and week out?
Well, it is just experience, just going place to place, bowling. I've bowled all over the country for over 20 years now, so I've got a fairly good sized memory bank to draw on. But on our staff, actually, Maria takes incredible notes. She takes notes center to center, day to day, block to block, to find characteristics of the house and certain lanes within the house. And so sometimes I find myself leaning on her to give me specifics. I mean, I know that, for instance, the middle part of this house, say 31 to 42-ish, for me was always the highest scoring because there always seemed to be a little bit of extra hold in the middle, or maybe the track was a little more built up. And then as you get more to the outside, they get a little tricky. So that's my experience here. As far as just remembering kind of thing, remembering what it was like, remembering what my ball did, and what I've seen other balls do here, and kind of listening to other players and other ball reps, what they talk about.
All right, then finally, what should the viewers kind of be on the watch for as this block continues on and we get later into it?
Well, at the end of last block, you saw balls crossing 21, 22, 23 from some of the higher rev players. I would look for that again, probably earlier. Like I said, everybody started a little further left. There's still not much shape to the left, so it's not like you can just camp out in a place and you'll have hold or you'll always have hook. You're always going to have to be chasing it. And the more balls are laid down left, the further left, the higher rev rate players have got to go. So there you go, Jasmine just off camera, crossing 19 already. That's game 3. So, and I think Maria's shot here on 45 is going to be about 17 or 18. So look for that, and look for that to just keep going left as the day continues.
All right, there you have it. Will we see any fifth arrow situations?
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm sure, especially when Daria comes across here, or you just had Laura Plaza, so you may not get to see her, but yeah, definitely fifth arrow, maybe some in front of the ball return. Just depends on how much they want to see the ball shape down lane.
Okay. I appreciate you, sir, and keep doing your thing.
All right, thank you.
All right, that is Nathan Bohr sharing a little bit of his time with us and with you specifically here on Bowl TV. What to watch out for what to pay attention to as you watch this block unfold. As he said, hey, players are already left. We talked about that. And now, well, it's game 3. So fifth arrow, sixth arrow, maybe some gutter or a gutter cap lofted, if you will. We'll see what happens. If you are just joining us, my name is Emil Williams Jr. Hope to keep you entertained just enough that you will want to watch our entire coverage here of the PWBA Fountain Valley Open on Bowl TV. This is round 2. We had round 1 earlier, 8 game blocks during qualifying. Round 1, of course, round 2. After tonight's block, we will have 16 games in the books, and we will cut the field to the top 32 bowlers. They will advance to tomorrow morning's round of 32. They will bowl 8 additional games. Once that block is complete, a round of 12 will commence. The field will be cut from 32 to 12 players. They will bowl 6 additional games, and then we'll cut to the top 4 for our Bowl TV Step Ladder Finals. All right, Rebecca, back to your original question for those of you who may have missed it. Rebecca asked, she knows about some of the international players that live in the U.S., but for those who don't, does anyone know if they stay in the U.S. for the season, go back and forth, etc.? So in my experience, and I would use Team Singapore, Team Malaysia, for example, who do not live in the United States, they have come over for anywhere from 2 to 5 week or 5 event stints. In my experience on this tour and seeing them compete, I think in 2016 they were out for the first 4. 2017 it was something similar to that. Last year they were only out for the first 2. This year Singapore was out for the first 5. So most of it has to do with what events those are, specifically Singapore and Malaysia, what events they may have to prepare for in their own schedule. So, you know, what is Team Malaysia competing in 2019 that will either allow them to bowl more PWBA events if they can or less. Same thing with Singapore. Singapore actually had to prepare for the Singapore Open. So their final event was Sonoma County. Of course, which Shayna Ung won prior to going back home. Although the only person that I know that does not live in the United States and bowls a full season that I know of is Sandra Gongora. She still lives in Mexico, but she has really good friends on tour. So I think she does spend some time during the season being able to room, for example, with Clara, as an example. So if she doesn't have to go back to Mexico, I'm sure she will try to make it as easy as possible for herself from a travel perspective. For example, let's see who else this week or last week we got some good players from Sweden. And I haven't, no wait, no. I talked to Sandra last week, Sandra Anderson and Nina Flack. And I believe they were in for 3 events because they will also bowl the U.S. Women's Open next week, and then they will return back to Sweden. Having said that, the flip side is those who do live in the United States and represent their countries in international competition. You know, they didn't do travel, obviously, to where the competitions are, etc. In fact, Team Columbia missed an event. They missed the Lincoln event because of some international competition at the Central American Games and Championships. Nice shot there from Elisa. Elisa Hildunen. We got a chance to see Elisa for the first time last week as she joined us in Tucson. Elisa from Finland. I feel that she is not the first player we've had from Finland, but she's probably not more than 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken. Maria really hoping that she got some carry on that shot. Osen, definitely the World Championships is this year. I said last week I'm kind of really looking forward to just watching it unfold. I'm one of those people who are really privileged to see, honestly, what not each country that will be represented, but several of the countries who will be participating, and some of the teams that will be strong. For example, Colombia. You would anticipate Maria, Clara, Rocio. Juliana Franco is here this week. I know she has been in some big-time competitions for Colombia in her career. Angie Ramirez, who is not a full-time traveling tour member this year because of her full-time job, but still represents Team Colombia in international competition. Oh, man. And no love there for Uraha. Japan, for example. Nichimi and Uraha. Both from Japan. They were, at least Nichimi came down last week. She came to the Tucson Open. Obviously bowling here, and they will bowl the U.S. Women's Open. For Uraha, this is her first event of the season. She did bowl the U.S. Women's Open last year. And Birgit, yes. Birgit does still live in Germany. I haven't talked to her about that in a while. But I would have to assume that. And I know assuming can be bad, certainly. But I remember talking to her a couple years ago, and we were always talking about, you know, she had started to bowl more events. And it was, okay, I'll bowl a couple, and then, you know, got to figure out the schedule. And then she had got to a point where she had figured out the full schedule and what she could do and how she could make it work and flights and all that kind of stuff. So I'm pretty sure she still does live in Germany. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Chris. I am not sure on who will have the rights to the World Bowling World Championships. We'll certainly find out, and I'm sure the Olympic Channel will be involved as well. That is like the actual channel of World Bowling. There may be an opportunity perhaps to simulcast, as we did in Paris at the World Bowling Junior Championships. Able to take a feed that was provided. Olympic Channel was streaming the event, and they were able to provide a feed as a media outlet. McEwen out of trouble. Let's take a look at some scores to see if they're updated. We're moving right along here, folks. I like this good conversation. Speaking of Sweden, Sandra Anderson, now your number 1 She's in the lead at plus 188. Brianna Cote has moved into second. Don't forget, Brianna Cote was the #1 seed last year in this very building, and she lost to Danielle McEwen in the title match. Keep that in mind. Missy Parkin also made the show last year. She finished 4th. Missy is 3rd at plus 174. She was your round 1 leader. Dasha Kovalova did not like missing a check last week, and she is back in business in the top 4 at plus 164. Gigi Mason, I'm not sure she's fallen out of the top 5 here today. She is 5th at plus 158. Erin McCarthy is 6th at plus 149. Ashley Galante 7th at plus 137. Tanya Raumemper is 8th at plus 136. Shannon O'Keefe 9th at plus 130. Valerie Bercier is 10th at plus 120. Scores after 9. Be sure to click on it. Caroline Lagrange did not bowl last week. Caroline. Shout out to Outcast. Caroline had a very nice start to the season. 9th in Cleveland, 18th in the Twin Cities. Missed the cut in Lincoln and then finished 17th at the Queens. And not bowl Sonoma or Tucson. Now back in business here in Southern California. As we take a quick glance at the PWBA points list. After last week's victory for Shannon O'Keefe, and subsequently Dasha missed the round of 32 last week, so a little discrepancy, or not a discrepancy, excuse me. That's not the right word choice. There's some distance now between O'Keefe and Kovalova for the top spot. Of course, Shannon is your reigning PWBA Player of the Year, and now in a very familiar position. She's the first to win 2 titles this year. She did the same thing last year as well, and that really set the course for what was ultimately a Player of the Year season. Of course, since the relaunch of the tour, there's only been 4. Or excuse me, there's only been 2 players to win Player of the Year in 4 seasons. Liz Johnson and Shannon O'Keefe. Dasha Kovalova against 2nd in the points list. And I'm just talking about points, not talking about actual standings from this event. Danielle McEwen is 3rd. And D-Mac is someone who does not like to discuss all of her goals, because she just likes to kind of go about her business. But after getting to know her, having a very good rapport with D-Mac, I know that the postseason honor of winning Player of the Year certainly is high on her list. Jordan Richard 4th on the points list, followed by Josie Barnes, Sherry Tan is 6 from Singapore. Gives you an idea of just how good Singapore was when they were here. Clara Guerrero is 7th. After, of course, that 3rd place finish at the Queens, and then back-to-back 12th place finishes in Sonoma and Tucson for Clara. Shannon Plahowski is 8th in the points list, followed by Valerie Bercier at 9th. Shayna Ung is 10th. Missy Parkin is 11th. Excuse me. Liz Johnson is 12th. Maria Jose Rodriguez is 13th. Liz Culkin 14th. Stephanie Johnson is 15th. And Brianna Cote is in 16th. We'll talk more about the points list in just a second. Getting down to the 10th frame here in game number 3, or close to it, I beg your pardon, 9th frame. As Jolene. Well, Jolene, we saw her earlier playing the inside, but it was, I think, maybe game 4, game 5-ish, but trying to find something and see what might work on the gutter. And Rodriguez able to get the 10 out, or the 7, excuse me. McEwen. Nice shot in the 9th for Danielle. All right, as I mentioned, we'll get further into some the points talk because the U.S. Women's Open is coming up, and of course that will have implications on the elite field and the elite events in August. But at the moment, as you of course continue on watching your great coverage here on Bowl TV, we do want to remind you to stop by the lab and check out my main man, Lou Marquez, Pro Shop Manager at the International Training and Research Center. Lou has been sharing his technical insight on the game and the inner pro shop workings in his new series, Hot Off the Press, with my main man, Lou Marquez. Again, you can visit with Lou, watch his series, and even also read his blog as well. Again, on Bowl TV, be sure to stop by the lab and check out Lou Marquez and his new series, Hot Off the Press. Always enjoy talking to Lou. Got a lot of stories, a lot of history, a lot of experience in this sport and in the industry. One of the best minds out there. If you are ever in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, by the way, and you actually want to take a visit to meet Lou Marquez and chat with him, maybe help get your game right, be sure to do that. He is located again at the International Training and Research Center. That is the home of Team USA. They do have training camp there, and a lot of other teams, national teams, also stop by the ITRC to get some training with not only Lou, but of course Coach Rod Ross. $199 for Rodriguez. Himeji 163. Hildenin with a little soft 2-pin here. Shannon O'Keefe to our left. She's working on a double, entering the 9th frame, and some trouble for Shannon. O'Keefe leaves a 2-4-10. Wow. We have seen some very unkind pocket leaves, pocket hits here in round number 2. Rebecca, I did not see your comment. I apologize. I will scroll up and check it out if I can find it. I saw a congrats to the Raptors, though, from Mike Curtis. And in VTech, by the way, checking in. Appreciate that. Hello. Oh, man. Wow. How about that? Well, excellent shot, by the way, from Hildunen. And Lisa will get off 45 and 46 with 194. A clean 194 at that. As Itakura, she will shoot 229 after the spare in the 10th frame. Rebecca, ironically, I have heard that several times. And it was one of those things to where I really didn't believe it at first. And it started when I was very young, actually. I think the first time I heard it was first time I went to Lindenwood. So about 2003, 4-ish. And I think it was my friends who are still my friends. They're nice people. Mentioned it. That looked like T-Mac. And then, you know, I'm like, no way. You know, don't look like T-Mac. Leyendecker will head to the bag and try to get something here on the fill. Kewen, by the way, 194. And so I just kept, you know, it's one of those things you guess don't think you really look like someone, but people kept saying it, you know, but they were friends, and it didn't really hit me until there were people that I didn't know, strangers, etc. You know, if you're Illinois, for example, as Lagrange finishes with 219, in Illinois, you got to get an emissions test every year. It's very similar to, you know, any other state's mandate on vehicles and smog and all that kind of stuff. I go to the testing facility, and they've, you know, you've got to get out the vehicle, etc. And my guy goes, "Man, has anybody ever told you look like Tracy McGrady?" And at that moment, at that very moment, I knew that it had to be true. Because here's a gentleman I've never seen before in my life. And the first thing out of his mouth, He didn't ask me about what my license plate was. He didn't ask me how many miles were on the car. He didn't ask me, when's the last time you had an emissions test? And I was good too, by the way. Always take care of the emissions. But the first thing he said was, man, he might tell you look like Tracy McGrady. And then from that point on, I knew it. So, Rebecca, I've never seen your husband before. We have yet to meet. At least that I'm pretty sure we haven't. And yet, that's what he said. And it must be true. So, it continues to be true, I should say. Maybe I'm missing out on an opportunity. I should turn this into something that I've got to go out and meet T-Mac or something. Good story about T-Mac. I'll have to alert my friends, because every time when someone new tells me I look like Tracy McGrady, I send them a text. Like, you guys are right. You said it first. T-Mac was one of my favorite players too, so it all really ended up working out well for me. I was a huge T-Mac fan. All right, we're moving into game number 4. Here in round 2 of Bowl TV, we are joined now by Megan Straub and Jellamar Beasley. Camilla Dahmers Nadal and Aaron McCarthy. We saw them finish up competition round 1 on 45 and 46. All right, 45 and 46. Diana Zavyalova, Juliana Franco, Suzette Draper, and Lauren Paint. Brent Prentice. Brent, how are you? Checking in. Out fishing. All right. We see you. I like it. Hello, hello. KC, hope all is well. Appreciate you tuning in. What's up, Mr. Pate? KC is holding it down in the shy. My man. It's getting warmer in the old shy. I think I was it was what low 80s maybe on Monday. I think when I left, or when I was there, I should say. Good night, Chris. Appreciate you. I know it is certainly nearing 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Michelle, we appreciate you hanging in there. I'll see you good kids in the morning. I missed a 9-pin apparently. The one to watch out for is lane 45. That's been the lane. I've seen 3 8-pins on that lane. Hey, here's Suzanne Draper. Big count to deal with here for Suzette. We've got a score update after game number 11. Let's take a look at that. Sandra Anderson still in the lead at plus 188. Brianna Cote second at plus 177. Look at some of these games. 200, 202, 200. Anderson with 200. Cote with 202. Kovalova with 200. Sydney Brummett is fourth at plus 159. Missy Parkin is 5th. And Missy struggling a little bit here. She struggled early in round 1 on the fresh, but really got it together in round number 1. So far tonight, 179, 178, 171. 528 so far here for Missy, but she's 5th at plus 145. Erin McCarthy is 6th at plus 143. Tanya Raumemper is 7th at plus 139. Shannon O'Keefe and Ashley Galante tied for 8th at plus 126. And Gigi Mason now has dropped to 10th place after shooting 157. Shira Strepo is 11th at plus 113. Nachimi Itakura 12th at plus 110. Megan Straub is 13th at plus 109. Stephanie Johnson is 14th at plus 108. Caroline Lagrange 15th at plus 99. And her Team Canada teammate Valerie Bercier is 16th at plus 98. 32nd is right now the defending champion Danielle McEwen at plus 13. From 17 on, we go Juliana Franco at plus 91, Liz Johnson 18th at plus 82, Diana Zavialova 19th at plus 79, Birgit Poplar 20th at plus 71. Jen Higgins is 21st at plus 66. Caitlin Simpson is 22nd at plus 58. Tashina Saraus is 23rd at plus 48. Kayla Bandy is 24th at plus 47. Clara Guerrero is 25th at plus 45. Daria Payok is 26th at plus 35. Shannon Pluhowski is tied for 27th at plus 33. Laura Plazas is 29th at plus 29. Julia Bond 30th at plus 28. Josie Barnes is 31st at plus 21. And as we mentioned, Danielle McEwen is 32nd currently at plus. Right now, a very interesting well, not an interesting top 32. There is some interesting names who are not in the top 32. Names you have grown to be familiar with: Verity Crawley, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Kelly Kulik, for example. In fact, Crawley, Rodriguez, and Kulik 41st, 42nd, and 43rd, respectively. Minus 35, minus 38, minus 41. If you just joined us, or was discussing the top 32, of course, and some of the players who were out. Jordan Richard talked about she was struggling through some tough ball reaction earlier today. She is 47th at minus 61. Carolyn Doran Ballard was plus 21 and was the number after one round. She's gone 168, 200, 139. CDB with some work to do. Liz Culkin is 50th at minus 68. Sandra Gongora started round number 1 with 260 and has just 200 games since that moment. Appreciate everyone's feedback again in the chat. I will say though, and I appreciate that feedback there, Steve. It actually is not the service itself. It has actually nothing to do with anything Bowl TV related, if you will. What I have identified it to be, well, I haven't quite identified the issue, but it is it's actually a hardware issue with this particular device that I'm using or that we use here. We've got a couple that we use, and for whatever reason, this device is presenting an issue, and I haven't quite narrowed it down to what it could be exactly. Of course, it creates an inconvenience. And the weird thing is, if it's really every couple of hours that there's a momentary drop. Sometimes it's 2 even, sometimes it's 2.5, sometimes it goes the full length. But I haven't quite figured it out. But I've chatted with some folks who make the device, and they're trying to figure out what the deal is. Of course, it's at a terrible time for something like that to happen. It's during the season when I can't really send something in to necessarily get repaired because it would be down machines. So nonetheless, I do appreciate you, Steve, but I do want to let you know that While it does, for the lack of a better word, suck to have a stream drop, it is hardware related. At least I've identified it to a point. So I'm sorry that you've gone through that. I really am. And believe me, I'm working to try to get it all figured out for you. And everyone else, for that matter, who has seen that for the last few weeks. The interesting thing is no one's seen the issue before who's used, for example, a TriCaster. Even those who I know use TriCasters weekly have never seen what we've experienced here. That's one of those, you know, obviously we're still new doing our thing, but when we don't have to blame Bold TV, then we won't. Now, if you were to tell me that every channel dropped at the same time, then that would be a full-on issue, because then we'd be having some internet troubles, and we've been good about that. So, thankfully. All right, the recent McKendree grad still doing her thing out here. Dasha Kovalova. Boy, Dash is she's got what, 7 out of 8. She's already got one 270 plus game today, and she is working on another. Well, could Dasha Kovalova be a second 2-time champion on the PWBA Tour in 2019? We shall certainly find out. The old rabbit ears. It's so interesting how technology, when you just think about it, and I am old enough, if you will, to have remembered or experienced, or do remember and have experienced. Good shot there from Straub. Rabbit ears and the antennas on the TV to get quote unquote regular channels. It's funny that since I'm about to have a son, it's very possible that that young man may grow up and never see rabbit ears. Oh, life is something else, isn't it? All right, Megan Straub struggling, but again, throwing good shots like that. She's got some cushion to deal with. She's at plus 109. Speaking of Megan, so in a good position, obviously, if she is to struggle and give a few pins back. keep you up to date on Kovalova. If you want to watch Dasha, she is on 41 and 44. In fact, let's see if, oh, we might be able to give you a little bit of Dasha coverage. We might be able to get you the 10th frame here on this particular channel while you're watching the featured lanes. You can go over and check it out on 41 and 42. We've got that pair for you, or those lanes. Nice shot. Way to slap the 10 out. A proud father watching along, Bill Straub. Had a chance to see Bill on campus. And we went with Liz Colkin. She gave us the tour of the Nebraska bowling facility. If you missed that, that was a really cool opportunity. Kind of a two-part episode where we kind of chatted with Liz on the way to, of course, the facility. Nice interview on the car ride over. And then the actual tour portion as well was fantastic. A lot of history, of course, as you would expect. That's also located backstage on bowl.com. Again, bowl.com/backstage. I'll look for the 2019 events playlists. Lauren Pate, they cannot get out of trouble. When we talked to Nathan Moore earlier, he mentioned that players, again, the early migration left. As you just kind of get an idea of where Lauren's ball was crossing. Oh, how about that for the young Pate? Nicely done. All right, folks. Sorry I left you there abruptly, but someone called. They had a question about Bowl TV. They called the bowling center, so I went to answer. So, I think this is game 5. I think. All right, so we've got Amanda Falk, Dasha Kovalova, Debbie Ayers, and Jen Higgins on 45 and 46. Yeah, no, Mark. I don't know. See, I don't remember changing it to Game 5. That's why I was questioning it. But I'm assuming that Aaron Smith did it for me, because he probably saw I was on the phone. Shannon Pluhowski, Wendy Martinez, Elise Bolton, and Haley Richard on 47 and 48. See what I'm saying? There it is. Because when I left the space I'm in, Game 4 was still ongoing. Ooh, nice shot there for Dosh. I believe Dosh's parents are here this week. Wow. Tough break there for Debbie Ayers. Much better shot than that. That was actually ran high. It looked like it was going to leave somewhere 6, 7, 10 standing, but that didn't go as well. And Jen Higgins nearly leaves a 7-10. Jen Higgins, by the way, did not attend McKendree. She did not bowl collegiately, although she is a former junior team and Team USA member. Everyone's my fave, Wilfredo. Although I certainly enjoyed playing mini golf with Dosh, 100%. Nice shot there from Amanda Falk. Amanda went to Central Missouri. Player of the Year, All-American. Mark, appreciate that from your wife. Although it's a much better experience, I'm sure, overall for you guys to be able to actually see the competition happen live and in person. Something is smelling really good here. There is some type of food happening, and that I'm right now not a part of. Well, that sounds good. Taco night. What also sounds good is a refreshed screen or tab that would work right now on my wonderful machine. Totally stole my thunder about the segue I was going to go with, but there it is. What also sounds good is a Game 12 update. It is Sandra Anderson at plus 243. If you recall, Sandra went to, let's see, in the 2016 USBC Queens, she finished second. She was the #1 seed for the show. She's also been on additional TV shows in regards to the World Bowling Tour Finals in the past as well. Dasha Kovalova, by the way, is second at plus 211. There is a tie for third with Brianna Cote and Missy Parkin. Ashley Galante has moved into the top 5. How about that? She's at plus 167. She's done it with 191, 190, 189, and then 241. Folks, I'm not sure what just happened over on lane 45. We saw some 8 pins earlier, and we just saw maybe the weirdest thing I've seen in quite some time. So left a pocket 610. In what world does that happen? Pocket 610. Wow. That is still strange. Well, you'll take a bucket spare any way you can get it. All right, Shannon has moved in. Well, that one held for Jen Higgins. Might be a little bit of hold out there now. Aaron Smith with the quick and sneaky trivia questions. Keeping my eyes on the lane 45. Trying to watch the ball go through pins and see what might be different potentially. Amanda Falk has struck on the right lane the last, let's see, 1, 2, 3, last 3 times. Sydney Brummett has gone double, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare. Now working on a 3-bagger. Bolton now with a strike in the 8th, and well, she can get set up here for something solid in frames 9 and 10. She's got 240 out there, 247 to be exact. And if she were to shoot 247, that would move her to plus 10. And put her in solid position to move on to the round of 32 with a few games left. Jen Higgins at plus 101. It's been a very nice turnaround since the start of the season, obviously, for Jen Higgins. We talked about her story. Her last few events, she's finished 10th in Sonoma, 17th in Tucson, and now already in the top. So this was she's very, very West Coast. I did see that one, ladies and gentlemen. That one's more of a bandwidth concern right there. That's one we'll have to keep an eye on. So it looked like Dasha was going to find a way to get to a 5 or 6 bagger, but the pins, some of them haven't quite cooperated. Oh, Higgins will take that. So out for Jen Higgins. Lauren Pate still doing some nice things over there. She is on 49 and 50. And a trip 4 for Higgins as well. So she can get to 216. 14 for Higgins. Now Kovalova already with 1 in the 10th frame. Oh, we have seen a few pocket 7-10s today. Oh, if Dasha can get one, that'll be 200 even. Nice spare there for Elise Bolton. So at least it'll be the 2 teams, and slowly climbing the ladder. Again, with 3 games left, games 6, 7, and 8 here. Bolton and other players in her position are going to have an opportunity to still make the round of 12. And having said that, there are so many players. Let's just take a look at. Wow, even if you start from 33rd. Okay, so Laura Plazas at plus 11. Right, was outside the number, just outside it after 12 games. Then we go to Tashina Sorouse, who we'll see momentarily here at plus 9. Then Virginia Young, the non-member from Vista, California, bowling pretty well here. Daria Payok at minus 7. Haley Richards at minus 8. Jolene Plainford at minus 16. Alicia Curran at minus 28. Carrie Smith in 40th at minus 33. Plenty of opportunity. Again, the cut number right now is at plus 20 with 3 games to play at this point. Elise Bolton was at minus 37. She'll remove 12 pins from that number. And again, a good position with 3 games left. Kelly Kulick was at minus 40. Garrity Crawley was at minus 44. Karen Marcano was at minus 48. I mean, CDB is at minus 50. That's a lot of names, a lot of players with an opportunity to still make the round of 32 with 3 games left. Bolton 212, Haley Richard 222. All right, game 6. set to commence here. This should be a very interesting last 3 games. With all the names I just talked about and the potential players, of course, to fall out of the number. I want to thank our gold partners here on the PWBA Tour. Thank you for all of your support. That includes 900 Global, Brunswick, Columbia 300, DV8, Hammer Motive, Roto Grip, and Storm. All with our product registered affiliated companies, as well as again our apparel and accessory brands. We're to a point in the evening where, and since Mark actually was at an event, those of you who may have experienced one live, when you get to the round of, or excuse me, the back half of the round, or round 2, excuse me, when players are trying to make that final push or final charge towards advancing to the round of 32. You get late in the block, and it just feels a little different. It feels slightly different. The atmosphere kind of changes a little bit. Sometimes the pace gets a little slower as well. What a shot there to start, or second shot, I beg your pardon, for Lilia Robles. Let's see where Lily is in our most recent standings, and which should be coming up pretty soon. You see the first shot or second shot there from Rowe, but first on the left lane. Rowe in certainly, and that one just kind of skated, just kept going. Nice spare. Oh. Off the backboard for Stephanie Johnson. All right, after 13 games of competition. Oh, wow. Each week we see something different, some different faces. Someone mentioned it earlier, and this week it could be the same. Sandra Anderson still in the lead, but just one pin back is Ashley Galante. Last two games for Ashley, 241, 255. She stands at plus 222. Brianna Cote is third at plus 213. Dasha Kovalova is fourth at plus 211. Sydney Brummett is fifth at plus 190. Missy Parkin is sixth at plus 181. Erin McCarthy is seventh at plus 170. Gigi Mason is 8th at plus 153. Stephanie Johnson is 9th at plus 141. Birgit Poplar is 10th at plus 116. Thirty-second place, by the way, in regards to the scores is Tashina Sorouse at plus 3. The number has taken a dip. A 17-pin dip, if my memory serves correctly. It's out there, but these last couple of weeks, putting a lot of people in contention. And the number, good spare there for Rocio. Robles with the front four. Touch left there for Tashina. Again, she is the number at plus 3. Just outside the number. Stephanie Schwartz is at plus 2. Daria Payonk has begun with the front 3 in Game 6 this round. Pamela Alvarez is 35th at minus 2. Raha Himeji 36th at minus 6. Elise Bolton did move up with several spots. She is now at 37th after that 212 we talked about. We saw it on 47 and 48. Well, it's interesting. Sandra Gongora at one point was like minus 107. Okay, and now she is 39th at minus 31, and literally, in without a doubt, in a couple of games could be in the number. Oh wow! Row leaves a 4-5. Pluhowski, by the way, at minus 27. He is Shannon. I mean, still several players with a chance to get to the number. An open frame there for Rowe. Let's see, Valerie Bercier, Giselle Paus tied for 28th at plus 31. Laura Plazas is 30th at plus 22. Haley Richard is 31st at plus 14. Seen a little bit of well, it's just kind of skating here for both Tashina and Rowe. Or Saraus, that one looked to me maybe it's just a touch firm. Ball speed right now a little faster than Rosillo's. Meanwhile, Robles covering less boards, and at least at the moment, that has seemed to be the solution here so far on this pair in this particular game. Robles with 6 in a row. Where is Lily in the standings? Well, Lily at minus 103. Just shot 224. They're trying to make a charge here. Here we go. Excellent shot there. Took care of business on the right lane. Boy, Tashina can get left with the best of them. Front 7 for Robles. He'll chop on the 2, 4, 5 for Nina Flack. 2 opens, 1 strike here for Nina this game. Christy Leon, Deanna Carrillo. Won the inaugural Core Challenge. Guess what, 2 years ago at this point. All right, Robles looking for the front 8. It's got a hook. Oh my goodness. Oh, she's pretty locked in. First open frame in the 6th there for D. Bro just takes her spare ball right at the 5 pin. Robles, by the way, as I mentioned, not in the number right now. But she is minus 103 and a current tie for 54th. She could get there momentarily. Nice piece of shot making there for Saraus. As Tashina working her way through. Some struggles. That's part of what we do on tour as well. Or what they do, I should say. Nicely done. Front 9 for Robles, and they have all looked like that. Game 6 of 8 here, round 2. What's up, Scott Pohl checking in? Nice run there for Lily Robles. She had the front 9. Open frame there for Lily in the 10th. Stephanie Johnson right now is on lane 48 at this very moment. Entering your screen right now. Nice shot. 4 in a row now for Steph. Oh, the roll of the 2. And for Restrepo. 20th place at plus 57. Can add a few more pins. Shot there from Rose. She'll be in the 2 teens with good count. Looks like Missy Parkin is going to be in the 230s with good count. All right, 210 exactly. For Rowe, 267 for Robles. Sorrell shoots 182. Christy Leon with a strike in the ninth. Christy from Daly City, California. That is in Northern California, right where we were 2 weeks ago at this point. Yep, Sonoma. Daly City, a neighboring city to San Francisco. Big jump coming up here for Daria Payok. She's going to, at worst, be in the 250s. Sandra Gongora with 3 in the 10th can get to 224 and continue her jump up the leaderboard. That is 1. She's over on 42. Daria just absolutely crushes the rack. She will be in the 260s. That second shot in the 10th frame. That's a 6-bagger for Daria. Boy, the lanes just continue to get tougher. Oh. Well, that's a good break there for Steph. One more, she will be in the 230s. All right, that'll do it. 212 for Christy Leon. 224 for Stephanie Johnson. Three for Flack, 178 for Deanna Carrillo. All right, we welcome Michelle Lopez, Jody Westner, Sandra Gongora, and Daria Payok. I don't think we've seen this cross today on these particular pairs I'm referencing. And we will have them for the final two games. All right, so I'm going to take a short break, and I'll come back, and Game 7 is already underway. This should be a very, very, very good finish to this block. There are some moves being made. Daria Payok, Sandra Gongora. Who else is going to make that charge to the round of 32? We'll continue on here momentarily next here on Bowl TV. All right. Game 7 of 8. All right, Daria making a run. Talked about making the charge. Quick check on the standings. After 14, a tie at the top of the leaderboard between Erin McCarthy and Brianna Cote at plus 226. Sandra Anderson is third at plus 225. Sydney Brummett fourth at plus 224. Missy Parkin is fifth at plus 214. Ashley Galante is sixth at plus 212. Yurgit Poplar is 7th at plus 186. Dasha Kovalova is 8th at plus 184. Stephanie Johnson 9th at plus 165. And Gigi Mason 10th at plus 158. I'm going to scroll on down to the cut number. Danielle McEwen has gotten things together this round. She is now at plus 50 and a tie for 23rd, by the way. Your defending champion here in Fountain Valley. Haley Richard is 32nd at -2. Maria Jose Rodriguez is 33rd at -9. Laura Plazas is 34th at -12. Tashina Saraus is 35th at -15. Sandra Gongora is 36th at -17. Daria is even for the block, but plus 66 overall. That have been a much needed strike there for Gongora. All eyes on Payonk. What a shot that was from Daria. Nicely done. Very nice 280 from Daria Payonk. Just like that, Daria one game away from extended bowling tomorrow on the round of 32. 47 and 48. Finish up here in this 10th frame is Caitlin Simpson with a fill shot. I want to check something, folks. Someone had mentioned that the audio seemed to be a little bit behind the video. We did have what looked to be one or two small bandwidth blips. So I am curious if anyone is actually experiencing or still experiencing the audio-visual sync or video sync issue. So here is Missy Parkin on lane 46. And that one just did not read the lane. And an opening washout for Parkin. Okay, Tony, so what I'm going to do is I am going to intentionally stop and restart the stream. This will be intentional. All right, Liz Culkin. I'll do it after the 10th frame. But someone's is correct. Okay. Okay, well, maybe I won't. Tony, there is a crowd mic. That still gets people every time. That's funny. The Drew commenting as Missy in the chat room. All right, Wilfredo, appreciate you tuning in as always, my man. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, good shot there from Adriana. Maybe the first time we get a chance to see her on our featured pairs as well. From Canoga Park, California. By the way, Missy Parkin, Amanda Fry, Giselle Poss, again, and Adriana Mazik. Always a quality start if you can go 9 spare, at least. All right, so we'll see what Daria can finish with. Just had some pairs finish up with game number 7. As we are now into game 8. Hey Dan, appreciate you checking in. Hope you had some fun at the Open Championships. Hope you bowled well. And if you didn't happen to bowl well, I certainly do hope you had some fun. Oh, nice run at it there, Missy Parkin. Open in the second frame. All right, back with you here. Parkin, frame 3. And same situation on this right lane. All right, sounds like that restart was worth the audio video situation. And now that we have our 15 game update, happy to tell you that Aaron McCarthy is your leader at plus 261, the PWBA Louisville Open champion in 2018. Sandra Anderson second at plus 257, Brianna Cote third at plus 229. Ashley Galante is fourth at plus 223. Missy Parkin fifth at plus 216. Yodegat Poplar is sixth at plus 199. Sydney Brummett seventh at plus 193. Gigi Mason eighth at plus 181. Jen Higgins ninth at plus 173. Stephanie Johnson is 10th at plus 170. Other players who look to advance the round of 32. Clara Guerrero is 11th at plus 167. Dasha Kovalova 12th at plus 152. Daria Payonk has moved up from 21st last time we checked to 13th at plus 146. And Daria now within legit striking distance. You know, one game at a time certainly, but Daria with a round of 12 appearance already. That happened in Lincoln. Looking to get set up nicely there, but a long way to go, obviously. Certainly tomorrow. Tanya Raumemper, 14th at plus 109. Lauren Pate, 15th at plus 100. Nice job there from young Lauren Pate. Juliana Franco is 16th at plus 84. I'm going to scroll all the way down to 32nd. That is Megan Straub at plus 4. Straub at plus 4 is 32nd currently. Julia Bond is 31st at plus 6. Josie Barnes is 30th at plus 7. Diana Zavyalova is 29th at plus 11. Kayla Bandy is 28th at plus 13. Chimi Itakura is 27th at plus 24. Caroline Lagrange is 26th at plus 26. Maria Jose Rodriguez is 25th at plus 28. See who else is potentially make a run here. Again, Kelly Kulik is 33rd at -1. Haley Richard, 34th at -2. Pamela Alvarez is 35th at -3. Stephanie Schwartz is 36th at -14. Toshina Sorouse and Laura Plazas tied at -16. Alicia Kern at -22. Sandra Gongora at -24. can hear. Maybe you can't, but which is no surprise with Daria, with plenty of fans in the building. Another week on the PWBA Tour and another Game 16. Another opportunity for some players to move into the number and some potentially to move out. Just got word that Megan Straub finished with 248. So that should be more than enough to keep her in the number. And for Megan Straub, I believe, since I've been out here on the PWBA Tour, I have not seen Megan bowl an event. So in her first event, she will make the round of 32, first event to my knowledge. Andrew, I didn't see it. She didn't leave any pins on that one, though. I saw that. Folks, I know I told you earlier the lab is a very hop in place on bowltv.com. One of those reasons is Stephen Padilla, USBC Director of Coaching. And Stephen is providing his knowledge and tips to help you improve your game in his new series called The Coach, simply put. Again, Stephen Padilla, USBC Director of Coaching, giving you all of his knowledge, his tips, sharing some information with you, the Bowl TV viewer, not only as player but also as coach. So if you want to get better as a coach, that opportunity exists as well. Checking out The Coach, bowltv.com, inside the lab. So Aaron McCarthy looks to be in the books at plus 261. GP, are you with me? Four in a row now for Parkin. And Missy obviously not in danger of missing the round of 32, but will like to pad that number as best as she can. Missy having some fun on this West Coast as well. The runner-up finish in Sonoma, that part was not fun. Everything leading up to that, certainly she bowled exceptionally well in Sonoma. And then also finishing 10th last week in Tucson. And has been in the top 10 and obviously leading after round one earlier today. Well, I guess the question for Daria will be, what might be the game plan tomorrow on the fresh? As they typically, begin to play a little tougher, a little tighter down lane, etc. she had a bit of a rough start today, but I think the scoring pace overall, a lot of just not lose too many pins, although she certainly was in danger after a little bit, after a few games. Lane started to open up, and and sometimes the lanes, what may be the lane opening up for some is maybe a little different for Daria sometimes because of what she can create on her own. And essentially, if you give her some additional area with what her natural abilities will provide, then you get 280s. I always hear good coaches talk about, obviously strengthening, sharpening the tools, the knife, but what makes someone really, really good at what they do. You don't want to change that part, because it is what makes a person who they are as a player. And certainly Daria, obviously, with some naturally talented natural abilities with what her hand and wrist can generate. Missy Parkin, been doing this thing for a long time at a high level with shots like that. She's had the support, certainly. And she gets to be at home this week. Talked about that with Brianna Cote. The routine a little bit different for Missy. Gets to go home, be with the hubby and young DJ. Pretty impressed by Ashley Galante today. Obviously not a day for Ashley to be worrying about if she's going to make the round of 32. She punched that ticket very early on, to be honest. Oh. Same thing with Giselle Post. If you watch Giselle and Daria, they get to where they end up very differently. But in many ways, the end result is the same. They have a lot of similarities. All right, thanks to the statistician, Aaron Smith. Missy Parkin can tie Erin McCarthy for the lead if she gets all three in the 10th. That young man would be correct, because he's always right. And that's why he's my right-hand man, Aaron Smith. And a fast 8. She's shaking her head on the way back. Well, they knew that one was just a touch left. Speaking of Julia Bond, she is a pair to our left. She was 31st. And right now, she is in danger of missing the number. She could be even. She's going to have to spare strike here to be even. Uh-oh. All right. Another good quality day of bowling for Missy Parkin. She's going to finish at plus 239. And Erin McCarthy is going to be your round 2 leader. Notable players that might miss the number today, we'll have to figure out what Kelly shot, Kelly Kulick that is. Some of the names I read earlier. Sandra's going to be short this week. Where is Giselle Poss? Oh, okay. She's plus 40. All right, yeah, she's good. Lilia Robles gave it a nice run after the 267. It went 224, 267, and shot 201. Not sure what she shot, but she was, 39 out of the number. Jordan Richards at minus 75. She struggled round 1 this morning. Young Jordan Richards, this will be her first missed round of 32. In her young career, speaking of Jay Rich, it happens. I believe 16 consecutive cashes to start her career. Oh, Kelly will be in. Shot 248. Well, we will end the day, end the night with what one of the players, certainly, who was the future of the PWBA Tour. She's actually part of the present, without question. But 10 years from now, we'll still be talking about Daria Payok. Nicely done there from Daria. Final 3 games of the day, 267, 280, 235. All right, we'll keep it locked. So we get that final cut number like we always do on a Friday night. Trying to see what's happening down on the low end. It doesn't look like much bowling is happening. All right, getting ready here. Daniil's about to make that walk. Daria is taking photos. Oh, since then it's ready. What are you eating for brunch today? All right, looks like that'll do it.
Ladies, out of those score sheets, and please turn them into the tournament office as quickly as you can. We'll get the scores verified. We'll announce who advances to our top 32 or tomorrow morning.
So we should have that number, I would say, relatively quickly. And while we wait, while we have a moment,
Unless you want to do ordinance.
I'll do all the ordinances.
No, I don't know.
we will chat with Daria Pionk right now. That's what we're going to do. Because she bowled exceptionally well, especially the final 3 games. Also saw Daria putting in the work on Thursday morning, right? Okay.
Yeah. Thursday.
So nonetheless, welcome.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
Oh, I'm actually very excited.
You're probably feeling good, right?
Yeah, that's a good question to ask right this moment, you know.
I know you've been working hard, and we've had some talks off the air, obviously, about your season. But so yeah, how good does it feel to just be able to kind of do what you do and feel good about doing it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I've struggled so much this year, not just with my physical game as is. It's just like even if I had the look, I couldn't pull up very big games. So that's when the mental part comes in, and then you start to doubt your abilities, whether you're good enough. And I think when that happens week to week to week, it's really hard to get out of the slump. But it's always putting work, you know.
Where do you think your game is right now after a couple of weeks, obviously, and we're kind of halfway through the season at this point?
I'm definitely more comfortable now. Even when I did not bowl some games very well today, I bowled 160, 150. I was still not very scared, even though I did miss I was missing already the cut while being in the cut for most of the day today. I shot 160, 150, but having a comfort of the fact that I'm throwing it where I want the ball to go, it's something I haven't really had this year on tour that much. So I stayed calm, and I'm like, I just have to find it. And I think that would really change. That will help me find it eventually. I trusted my abilities, and I haven't been doing it very much this year.
What was the lane condition? Obviously looked tough, but towards the back half of this block, it certainly looked favorable for you. But what did you see throughout on this pattern?
Well, it was very different morning to the evening squad. I think morning was much easier because the fronts wouldn't hook that much, and the back ends were quite sharp, but they didn't get very tight as the day was going on. Then later in the evening, I felt like it was so tight in the back. Like in the morning, there was no chance I could leave at 210. And in the evening, I was 210ing my life away. Like, I think I left like 5 of them. I've watched Messi live like 5 washouts in 8 frames. It was crazy. And that's when something clicked. And I'm like, maybe instead of ball changing and trying to find a bigger ball, bigger core, more surface, maybe I can do something that I know I can with my hands. So I just tried to slow it down. And that really worked. Like, once I slowed it down, I saw the shape that was just there. And off that, I could just keep moving left, and that's it. And I was set.
What do you think the game plan might be on the fresh when you come back in tomorrow?
I have no idea. I literally tweeted like before the first game, I was like, I'm so happy I'm bowling on the end pair because I have a dead pair next to me. It means I can bring all my 18 bowling balls down and try to figure out what's working and then just leave them on the dead pair. I literally have zero clue. I bowled 191 on fresh today, and that was the best 191 in my life. I made most of my spares. I struck 3 times, and it's very hard because the pattern forces me left as is, but the farther left I go, the more it hooks. There is no hole that is being developed, so I have to try really hard to stay right. But yeah, the urethanes don't hook enough for me. The balls that have a very short pins would react too early, and then if I put surface on them, then they push me left, and then I'm dead again. So I have to try to figure something out. I'm probably going to be dreaming about it tonight. So I really don't have an answer for it. Like, I know I cannot be farther left than 11 on the arrows to start with. But how do I make that 11 work for me, you know? Right. So that's going to be my question for tomorrow.
Are you going to the truck tonight?
To drill a new arm swing?
Going to the truck tonight?
No, it's all right. I don't think so. I just spoke to Steven, and I'm like, man, I'm not drilling any more balls. I'm confused as is, you know. I have enough. I just have to make work what I have. Sometimes I get caught up too much about trying to find the perfect ball without trying to make it just playable myself. Sure. So I don't really want to drill anything. I think that from all the balls I have to come up with an idea, and it's somewhere out there, and I'm going to come up with it somehow.
Well, I just want to let you know, yeah, a lot of fans. Obviously, you know that already, but a lot
That's
of
so
fans
exciting to
tonight
hear.
on Bowl TV. So be sure to say hello
Yeah.
to your
Hi
Bowl
guys,
TV
thank you
fans.
so much. And I wanted to say, like literally 10 minutes ago, I had 50,000 followers on Instagram.
How about that?
So I'm super excited. If any one of you is following me on Instagram, thank you so much.
Where else can they follow you?
Everywhere. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, MySpace. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you.
No MySpace anymore.
And then can you, if someone wanted to subscribe to Bowl TV, how could you
yeah,
help
like,
them do that?
like I have my own code that's gonna give you like 15% off, and it's PWBA PAYONK, which is spelled P-A-J-A-K, like my last name. We say it Payonk. And yeah, like you can use it, give it to your friends. Obviously, the ones that are actually watching me right now, they have
Sure.
already subscribed, but I will try to get the word out more. So
Nice
maybe we
job.
can get even more and more supporters for PWBA Tour.
Absolutely. Good bowling today, kid.
Yeah, thanks.
You're
very,
welcome.
Very excited. I might not sleep tonight.
Well, go to sleep because you'll need it.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Well, we'll let
Thank you.
Daria go. That is Daria Payok, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have that cut number for you momentarily back in a bit on Bowl TV.
Thank you.
All right. That was nice. Glad we were able to chat with Daria a little bit. Well, there you have it. Yep, everything that we often say sometimes or never say sometimes. It's not us, it's the ball. As I mentioned, Daria and I had talked about some things in her season. So, but it's one of those things where you sometimes you just don't see when people put in the work. And she's been putting in the work. She actually had a lesson Thursday morning, afternoon. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens. But she looked like herself a little bit, I would say. She certainly looked comfortable. Obviously, when your swing's loose, that helps. That helps you be comfortable. But she looked like the Daria that, almost like a no care in the world kind of Daria. That's how her arm swing looked today. All right, final number. That is what we are waiting on. Right now we are, well, I'm not doing anything except waiting for the number. But Aaron McCarthy is being interviewed right now for a PWBA social piece. A video recap of her round today with Aaron Smith and Curtis Von Kruger. While we have a moment, too, by the way, folks, I'm assuming that D-Mac is in the number. Excuse me, the defending champion here. And I did have a chance to sit down with Danielle for this week's Bowl TV Central podcast. Well, we rapped about what's going on this season. what it meant to win this event last year, some of the things she's been working on, and having short-term memory, etc. So be sure to check that out. That too is available backstage. That's one of your channels. You should have that one bookmarked. The Backstage channel on Bowl TV. That's where you can find Bowl TV Central, Tony Franklin's Out of Range podcast with Derek Hartnell and Matt McFadden. Any additional items that would be kind of considered behind the scenes a little bit, all of that info, or excuse me, that content goes in the Backstage channel. The lab is more of the learning, instructional, coaching channel on the lab. And so, of course, live events and obviously archived events. So for those of you who may be curious about that, that was good advice, too, by the way, for everyone tuning in. And Patricia, yes, absolutely. Your dad is surprised sometimes, right? It should be a very interesting morning tomorrow, I think. I think we may learn a lot in the first 3 games on the Fresh. Not sure if anyone will really have a very distinct clue on what to do and how to handle it. I think it might be a situation where you get what you can. In those first couple of games, and if you can find a couple of quick doubles, fantastic. If not, you got to wait. You just kind of bide the time until maybe the lane starts to open up just enough. I don't think really anyone really had to just straight own them on the Fresh, in my opinion, at least. Let's take a look at some of our leaders here. Aaron McCarthy went round 1, 230, 20, 190, 188. First 4 today, or excuse me, this evening, she went 156, 234, 194, 213. So a little better, obviously, but you start with 150. Sandra Anderson was solid, I would say, on the Fresh, 230, 180, 190. Then that was this morning. This evening, 226, 207, 200. And then she was able to shoot 250 in game number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have our top
And here's that
32
number.
who will advance to tomorrow's 3rd round of qualifying. Your tournament leader at plus 261, Aaron McCarthy. Qualifying 2nd, Sandra Anderson at plus 256. And 3rd is Brianna Cote at 245. Qualifying 4th, Missy Parkin at plus 239. That is your top 4. Our 32nd and final qualifier is Nachimi Itakura with a score of even. That is your cut and cash line is
Wow.
even.
Even.
Thank you all for coming today to watch the best.
Got you to the cut today.
We hope to see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the
Even
PWBA
got you to the
South
number.
Valley
Nachimi
Open.
Itakura.
Reminder, tomorrow's round of 32 will begin at 9 a.m., followed by the top 12 at 2 o'clock. Ladies, roll call will be at 8:15 in the locker room. All right, everybody, have a good night. Be safe and be good.
All right, even. Well, I said that even might get somebody in there, but that happened. How about that? Even got it done, which means that and I did not see what Julia Bond shot, or I should say what she got on her fill, because Julia Bond could have shot 194. She was +6, and a strike on the field would have gotten her to even. So that means that she had to have either gotten less than 10, obviously, or maybe there was a tie for 31st, but I'm sure Tennille would have mentioned that. So it could have been just a few pins difference today for young Julia. And Aaron Smith has told me, of course, there was no tie. Obviously, we just heard that number. All right, good people of Earth, I am going to depart and help my fellow staff members get our work done so we can exit the building, stage left, get a little bit of sleep, and Saturday mornings on the PWBA Tour, they come very early. So I want to thank all of you for tuning in today. I enjoyed myself. I had fun. And I'm just curious now that we just got sent the latest agate thanks to Kathy Wadka. Let's see here. Yep, Julia Bond missed it by 2 pins. She got 8 on the fill. 8 on the fill. Boy, that's a tough one. All right, folks, that'll do it. For Aaron Smith, Curtis Von Kruger, USBC Hall of Famer, and Director of Operations here on the PWBA Tour, Tennille Milligan, Kathy Wadka, and Kathy Kavicki. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We will see you tomorrow. Appreciate all your patience today. I had fun. I had a blast. And I'll be ready for you tomorrow morning. This has been a presentation of the PWBA Fountain Valley Open. You watched it live. You watched it only on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. Stay tuned for PWBA.com, or tune in, I should say. Be on the lookout for PWBA.com. Brief story up in our round 1 coverage, as well as our round 2 leader. Round 2 leader. That is Aaron McCarthy led round 2. We'll have a brief video recap with Aaron. So, once again, see you tomorrow. Fountain Valley Open. Emil Williams Jr., Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. I'll see you when I see you. Peace.